It's a beautiful night for baseball. And live from Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Philadelphia Phillies in the first of a three-game Memorial Day weekend series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser. So far, two-thirds of the way through this trip, the Dodgers 3 up, 3 down. Frankly, somewhat disappointing considering the fact they went into Arizona that had the worst home record in baseball. The Mets had a losing record at Citi Field. Here in Philadelphia, the Phillies have been struggling at home as well, so perhaps this is the weekend where the Dodgers can begin to fatten things up. Arizbel Arabuena is going to be making his Major League debut for the Dodgers at shortstop tonight. Hanley Ramirez has the night off. The other big story, of course, the return of Clayton Kershaw coming off his worst start of the season, second worst of his career.
Yes, it was a really bad start. The good thing about this start is he only threw 50 pitches. And talking to Rick Honeycutt about his side work, the side work was fantastic. But the thing that Clayton has to do when he gets out there, and if he starts to falter a little bit, he needs to be better at pitching, not just getting people out. When he's getting people out and feels good about himself and good about his location, he is the most dominant pitcher in the game. The curveball and the fastball are off the charts. But as he starts to struggle sometimes with arm speed and rhythm, he has a tendency to default to a thrower. And when you're throwing the ball, you don't make good adjustments, you make bad pitches. Balls seem to find holes on him here, even so some of them were not hit well. And the main thing he needs to work on today, Charlie, he's got to get his curveball down. The statistics will tell you that the curveball has not been its best.
So Kershaw goes for the Dodgers tonight. The Phillies send out the artist formerly known as Fausto Carmona. We'll be back with the lineups and first pitch, the first of a three-game set from the city of brotherly love. Perfect 74 degrees. There had been rain in the forecast earlier in the day. It appears to have come and gone. And Don Mattingly has put a lineup together that tonight will not be including Hanley Ramirez. He's got other things on his mind apparently, as Arizbel Arbobuena is going to be making his major league debut. The Dodgers certainly having some fun here in the city of brotherly love. Dee Gordon will be leading it off at second base after his night off. Sean Figgins starting at third base. Yasiel Puig, you see what he's done in the last 20 games. Gonzalez Ethier is in center. Crawford in left. A.J. Ellis and Ari Arbobuena making his major league debut at short. He is a fabulous defensive shortstop. He has been hot down at Double-A, and so he is here tonight with Clayton Kershaw on the hill. And the Honda starting pitcher for the Phillies, the artist once known as Fausto Carmona, is now Roberto Hernandez. Hernandez was born in 1980. Carmona was born in 1983, so he was a player to be named later, whose age was named later, and here he is.
You have to go back to 2007, where you'd really find a good year that he had when he was 19-8 with 215 innings with the Indians. Other than that, kind of a journeyman that is really looking to continue to try and impress and extend his big league career.
Making his 11th appearance of the year and his 8th start, and it's a call strike, 0-1. So it'll be Gordon and Figgins and Yasiel Puig. Dee Gordon coming off a night off, and last night he knew that he'd be back in the lineup today. In months and years past, that wasn't necessarily so, and he begins the game with a hard single to right. So Gordon, whose bat had been slowing up over the past couple of weeks, and it was one of those nights, as Mattingly explained it, just wanted to give him a night off. And his father, Tom Flash Gordon, is in attendance here tonight.
Traveled with us on the train last night.
In fact,
from New York.
Gordon made his major league debut here in Philadelphia, and I remember Flash was in the booth with Rick Monday and I, and you could see tears in his eyes as Dee was making his major league debut here.
Dee forgot to bring his hand guard for stealing bases, so Bat Boy had to run it out to him. I guess that's what happens when you're in a slump and haven't been on base much.
Well, 25 stolen bases is the Major League's leading total. The Dodgers lead the majors with 52 stolen bases, and Gordon has practically half of them. So we're underway, and Sean Figgins stepping in. Figgins last night played at second base and was 1 for 3 with a run scored. Play begins tonight. The Dodgers 25-23, 4.5 behind the Giants. Figgins takes a strike, and it's 0-1. The Phillies at 20-24, 5 games behind the Braves in the National League East. Puig on deck, Gonzalez to follow. Figgins at 261. Didn't take long for Dee Gordon to steal his 26th base, did it?
Ruiz throws very well, had a good release, but Roberto Hernandez on the mound is slow to the plate. Big-bodied, 6'5", 240-pound pitcher. Uses the slide step, but just was not quick enough and gave Dee plenty of time to get down there to second.
So immediately the Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. As a team, they're 253 this year.
Just like you get a view of a pitcher as far as the type of pitches he's throwing when you haven't seen him in a while. Dee didn't go on the very first movement of Roberto. He wanted to see his move to home and then took advantage of that information, went right away on the second pitch.
Figgins squares, takes it back. 2-1. The Phillies this year at home are just 8-12. 4 under 500. The Dodgers on the road, as you take a look at Ryan Sandberg in his first full season as the manager of the Phillies. There's Figgins fouling it off. It's 2-2.
Figgins attempting the bunt to get Dee Gordon to third instead of electing to swing away and try and pull the ball. Sean's bat speed at this point right now, and his best swing is when he's going to left field, and that type of hit right here won't do the Dodgers any good. So he was electing to try and bunt the ball to get him over.
We're just pulling it to the right side. Admission is accomplished with Puig, a .386 hitter with runners in scoring position on deck. He whistles it foul. So with Juan Uribe out, Justin Turner had been making the past couple of starts. Figgins at third base, where of course he excelled when he played with the Yankees. Figgins has 6 hits and 7 walks. So he's hitting .261. He's got a .452 on base percent. Into left field. Heading on back is Darren Ruff. Tagging, going halfway is Gordon. There's one out. Defensively tonight behind Roberto Hernandez. Cesar Hernandez is at third base, no relation. Jimmy Rollins at short. Chase Utley at second base. Ryan Howard at first. Ruff in his first full game back. He's been sidelined with an oblique. John Mayberry Jr. in center. Marlon Byrd in right. And Chooch. Carlos Ruiz is behind the plate. Now Yasiel Puig. Well, his catch last night certainly caught the attention of nearly everybody. Highlight was seen all over the joint. At .331, Puig is the 4th leading hitter in the National League, hitting .340 on the road, .386 runners in scoring position. He's in the top 5 at just about every offensive category, and there is D. Gordon stealing third. So now he's got 27 on the season.
Just an outstanding job of a walking lead from D. Gordon. The moment he does not get stopped, he keeps his momentum. See the creep, the creep, the creep, and here he goes. Because he doesn't get stopped, he goes. If Hernandez would have stopped him and made his weight come to rest, then he would have probably not stole. But because the rhythm was there, he knew he could make it.
And made it easily. So now the infield is playing back here in the first inning for Puig, with Gonzalez on deck and a line drive into left field for a base hit. So Yasiel Puig, with his 38th run batted into the season, increases his batting average with runners in scoring position to over .390, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead.
Fastball trying to go away. He runs back all the way. Probably would have been a ball inside, and Puig does a great job of just keeping his hands inside it and placing it out there to left field.
Well, it didn't take long to make his mark in Philadelphia. It's a traveling road show for Yasiel Puig, and the fans come out and watch him, and inevitably he does something. Adrian Gonzalez takes a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. He made that spectacular play last night and then was hung out to dry on the infield fly rule. You just can't take your eyes off the kid. Gonzalez second in the league with 12 home runs. With a fly ball into right center field. Marlon Byrd. 2 gone. Now Andre Ethier stepping in. Hernandez making his 8th start of the year, and it's been a while since Ethier has started. He's in center field tonight, and of course has hit considerably better against right-handed pitching than he has against lefties.
If there's anybody that could have a gripe as far as the outfield rotation, it would be Andre Ethier, but has been the perfect professional, keeping any angst that he has about not playing to himself, and been a great teammate. And then when he gets slotted in, Charlie, he's in the heart of the order, and he's in the best and most important defensive position out there in center field. So Don Mattingly getting him in there tonight and giving him a chance to show his wares.
Ethier hitting .284 against right-handed pitching. Early 1-0 lead for the Dodgers as the Gordon and Puig, the young dynamic duo, deliver a run here in the first. The leadoff single for Gordon. He stole second and third, and Puig knocked him in with a single to left. Dodgers this year are 18-8 when they score first. Ethier swings and misses.
We talked about so much last year how the bullpen got put in order with Withrow and Dominguez, and then Kenley Jansen taking over in the closer role, and how that kind of turned the tide a lot, and then the health of and getting Puig called up. But this piece of Andre Ethier playing on an everyday basis and taking over in center field last year was a big component also.
June 3rd, Puig showed up. There goes Puig. Ground ball right to Howard, and that'll end the inning. June 4th, Hanley Ramirez came off the DL last year. And on June 6th, it was Ethier really started to heat up. Dodgers draw first blood in the first. Kershaw coming up against Rollins, Ruiz, and Utley. In September, in his first full season as the manager of the Phillies, managed 44 games for him last year after Charlie Manuel left the job. Jimmy Rollins, Carlos Ruiz, and Chase Utley. The top third for Sandberg, Marlon Byrd, Ryan Howard, Darren Ruff. Cesar Hernandez just called up. John Mayberry in center field, and Roberto Hernandez pitching and batting ninth. And tonight's Honda starting pitcher, of course, is 26-year-old right-hander Clayton Kershaw.
On the mound with Clayton responding to this outing that he had, probably one of the worst in his career. The key tonight is going to be controlling the energy because he's going to be extra strong. He's got an extra day's rest. He's got only 50 pitches under his belt from his last outing. So he had a great side work in between outings. And I feel like he's going to be super strong. Let's just have super location.
Jimmy Rollins leading off. Rollins at 276. And it's no balls and a strike. 6 home runs and 20 runs batted in for J-Rowe. He has 25 walks. As a result of 376 on base percentage. What a terrific career it's been for Jimmy Rollins with Carlos Ruiz on deck. Kershaw deals. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. A couple of days ago during batting practice, Kershaw got smoked on a line drive on his shin off the bat of Justin Turner. Here's the 1-1. Night before last, he spent the better part of the game having that shin attended to. It was tightly wrapped yesterday and said it would not be an issue tonight. But he got himself a pretty good bruise. Here's a 2-1. 3 balls and a strike.
The last outing that was a rough one for Clayton. He was 10 of 13 in first pitch strikes. So it wasn't about getting ahead of hitters. It was locating the ball once he got ahead.
3-2.
93, a tick above the velocity where he was against Arizona.
It was so unusual to see the performance in his last outing last Saturday. Second worst of his career. To third base, Sean Figgins, 1 out. Have a look at the Dodger defense tonight. In the outfield, Carl Crawford, Andre Ethier, and Yasiel Puig. Left side of the infield hasn't played together at all. Sean Figgins, Rizbel Arabuena, D. Gordon, and Adrian Gonzalez. A.J. Ellis behind the plate. And the Ramirez the night off tonight. And watching Arabuena is going to be an awful lot of fun. He is a superb defender. Carlos Ruiz steps in. Chooch with a home run and 10 runs batted in. 1 ball and no strikes. Chase Utley is on deck. And on a perfect Friday night in Philly, Kershaw 1 ball and 1 strike. The wind is blowing from left field toward right, and this has always been a home run hitter's friendly ballpark, unlike Citi Field. Here's the 1-1. A ball and 2 strikes.
I'm sure tonight when the lineup was posted and Clayton Kershaw saw the team that was going to play behind him, and he realized that Don Mattingly gave him one of the best defensive teams that he could have. And it would give him a lot of responsibility to pitch well tonight, because this lineup is not based on let's score runs. This is based on let's give the big fellow the best defense we can behind him.
Keep the ball on the ground with Arborena at shortstop. His heels on the outfield grass. Can only imagine what's going through his mind tonight. Here's the 1-2. Utley on deck, just underway. The Dodgers a 1-0 lead. Puig an RBI single. And Kershaw 3-2. So he's had a pair of 3-ball counts.
Trying to establish the fastball. He's thrown predominantly fastballs both sides of the plate. Just missing a little bit to go deep in these counts. He's back with the slider there, 3-2. He's throwing it right down the middle with good stuff.
Kershaw in his last start in Arizona, an inning and 2/3, 50 pitches. Into center field, Ethier on the run, and in left center tracks it down, 2 out. And that'll bring up Chase Utley, the 3rd leading hitter in the National League.
It's almost like turn back the clock for the core players of the Philadelphia Phillies as far as the years they're putting in so far. Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard with 7 home runs and 25 RBIs. These guys are playing like it's 2008.
You could make a pretty good case. We're seeing the 2 best second basemen in the National League here tonight. As Utley was the 3rd leading hitter, 8th in the league with 55 hits. D. Gordon hitting around 300 with 27 stolen bases. 2 out and nobody on.
Oh, there it is. You can make Chase Utley knee buckle and chin raise up and go, whoa. Yeah, that's a good one.
So Kershaw's ahead 0-2. Sean Figgins. And a 1-2-3 inning for Clayton Kershaw after the 1st inning. The Dodgers 1-0. Sportsnet LA is moving to a permanent home on channel 319. Don't miss a minute of the action as we bring you all things Dodgers. For new TWC channel listings and more information, visit twc.com/mychannels. Carl Crawford will lead it off in the second against Roberto Hernandez. 3-1, a 3.98 ERA. The Dodgers drew first blood in the first. And Crawford takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Crawford hitting .408 with a double, 3 homers, and 8 RBIs since May the 3rd. He has lifted his average nearly 100 points. And a fly ball to right field. It is way back. It is on its way, and it is gone. A home run. Carl Crawford, his 4th home run of the year, and the Dodgers take a 2-0 lead.
He absolutely smokes this ball, and this is a hitter's ballpark, completely different than Citi Field that we left last night. This pitch is right there in Carl's wheelhouse. He drops his head, not because he doesn't hit it, because he knows that is gone. Davey Lopes never turned as the first base coach. He just stared at Carl and gave him a high five. He knew it was gone also.
So the Dodgers up 2-0. A.J. Ellis, 1 ball, no strikes. So Crawford continues his hot hitting. Crawford's hot. Ethier's hot. Puig is hotter than all of them. And so we got in about 1:30 in the morning from New York. And in the hotel lobby is most of the tired Dodgers who are awaiting the elevator. Well, there was Puig and Uribe, and they're wrestling and having a good time. Puig is in the middle of everything all the time. Into center field, but right at Mayberry. First out of the second. That'll bring up Arizbel Arborena. Well, the first couple of weeks, Ari, as thankfully he likes to be called, will make public address announcers' lives miserable. Arborena takes a strike, 0-1. Hit just .208 at Double-A Chattanooga. However, in his last 6 games, he had 11 base hits, big swing. 0-2, was 11 for 25, .440. And so here he is at long last making his major league debut. Got off to a terrible start offensively. And he is down on the first 3 pitches he sees in the big leagues.
Got him on a changeup there, down and away. I'm sure he's got some butterflies. He would like to get the first ground ball to him out of the way.
And here's Kershaw, who through his career has been one of the National League's better hitting pitchers. 2 for 7 so far this season. Of course, for Kershaw, this is but his 5th start. That back issue that set him down for a while. And there's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's had a couple times this year where he's had to kind of restart his engines, and this is one tonight after coming off the bad outing. The speed up coming in spring training to get ready for Australia. Pitched there, did well, then went on to the DL with the back issue. Had the comeback start against Washington where he was absolutely outstanding.
On 2-1. Kershaw is always hustling and just beaten by a half a step. 1 run, 1 hit. Carl Crawford with his 4th home run of the year has given the Dodgers and Clayton Kershaw a 2-0 lead to work with. In the second, on a night in which Arizbel Arozarena is making his major league debut, and to tell us more about him and what that's all about, here's Alana Rizzo.
Well, Charlie, as you mentioned, making his major league debut, just taking the field here now for the second time as far as this defense is concerned. And really, you got to think about the fact that he hasn't played with anyone on this team at all. Yesterday in New York, the Mets and the Rockies and the Dodgers did not take BP because it was raining, so they never took BP on the field, so they didn't have the opportunity to work with D. Gordon at second base as far as turning double plays. In that case, yesterday it would have been Sean Figgins. However, when he got called up the other day, he got up later than when he was even going on, so he didn't have the opportunity to do it then either. So Nomar Garciaparra was talking about earlier how difficult that is when you're not used to playing with the guy next to you. And Oral, I know Nomar talked to you about it as well, but how difficult is that for a guy coming up that hasn't played with the guys around him yet?
It's all about rhythm, and you talk to Nomar and any middle infielders about rhythm and where does the ball come from on the feed. Where does the guy want it, and how does the guy throw it? Does he throw it from behind his back? Does he throw it from over here? Does the flip come at a certain velocity? So that's why those guys like to work together a lot, and these guys are strangers right now.
Strangers in the night in Philadelphia. Marlon Byrd leads off in the bottom half of the second. They work all spring. The second baseman and shortstop, the underhanded flips, how to take the throw, where it comes from. Well, tonight they're getting acquainted. Byrd at .298, 6 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Also has 15 doubles, top 10 in that category. He swings and fouls it just to our right, and it's 0-1. Byrd, Howard, and Darren Ruff will be batting for the Phillies here in the bottom half of the second. Byrd in his last 23 games hitting over .350. Kershaw threw 17 pitches in the first, 11 for strikes, retiring the Phillies in order. Looking to rebound from the second worst start of his career. This is his 5th start for Clayton. 1-2.
Marlon Byrd, the kind of hitter that when he gets hot, he uses the middle of the field very, very well. And he usually hits most anything. He's a good high ball and low ball hitter when he's swinging the bat real well.
2-2. Kershaw this year in 23 innings, including tonight, has struck out 28 and walked 3. With Howard on deck and Ruff to follow, the 2-2. First strikeout of the game for Kershaw, first out of the second. Well, one of the things we have noticed in coming to Philadelphia over the years, inevitably this place would be packed to the rafters. But it's not that way tonight.
There's a backdoor slider right here. It's a pitch they really did not use in Arizona because they were battling so much with the curveball location and the fastball location. And that's a pitch that when Clayton is on and feeling good, he can really execute.
Ryan Howard at .239. Fouls it back and 0-1. So as they are wont to say on occasions such as these, there are plenty of good seats still available. The Phillies are 4 games under .500, 5 behind Atlanta in the East, coming off, of course, a disappointing year last year. And there's not so much love in the city of brotherly love as there once had been. For Ryan Howard, rarely does he bat 5th in the lineup. 7th time this year. Last time he didn't bat 4th was 2008. And so Howard going down in more ways than one. 2 gone.
That is something that Ryan Sandberg has instituted with Ryan Howard against tough left-handers and really most left-handers. Now that they have a change in management as far as the manager, and Ryan Sandberg starting from the beginning of the year, he started putting Ryan Howard in that position in spring training, so there wouldn't be any controversy during the regular season.
So Howard's struggles continue. Darren Ruff began the year with a struggle, an oblique. 0 for 1 this year. 1-1 to Darren Ruff.
Clayton Kershaw is suffocating the hitters right now, throwing the ball and pouring it into the strike zone and getting right back on the rubber and ready to go.
2 balls and a strike. That inevitably is a sure sign that a pitcher is feeling pretty good about things. Get the ball back and get ready to throw again.
Exactly. Just like a golfer, when you get to over the ball, take one practice swing, stand on it, waggle, and hit it. You're feeling ready to go, and you see it and you feel it. Just as we say that, he backs off on that one.
On 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. That's the third 3-ball count of the night. He's retired the first 5 batters. And he has struck out the first 2 here in the second. And that's the first walk of the ball game, but the 4th he has given up this year.
Very surprising after striking out Marlon Byrd and Ryan Howard and just looking like he was right on his game to lose it right there for a little bit. And this is the point where first time in the stretch, if he wants to find your rhythm, not only from the windup, but also when you have a man on.
Now with 2 out, this is Cesar Hernandez, who is 4 for 19 at the major league level. And he's playing at third base tonight, although primarily considered a second baseman. Hernandez was at Double-A Reading. Switch hitter. So Darren Ruff being held on by Adrian Gonzalez. Giants are going to be hosting the Twins tonight. Lincecum going for San Francisco. Kershaw misses high. The Rockies will be in Atlanta. And Arizona has a 2-0 lead in New York. The Mets are hitting in the bottom of the second. So here is Kershaw in search of his 3rd win of the year. Missing high.
Late right here with the rhythm, trying to be quick to home, but he does a very good job when he comes set in the stretch of kind of presetting the parts that he wants in a certain order and where his weight is. Gets his weight on the inside of his back leg, gets his shoulders tilted slightly so that he gets some of that movement done so he can be quick to the plate.
2-2. Give you some idea about the work ethic of Clayton Kershaw. Yesterday it was raining and miserable, and of course the day before he'd taken the shot in batting practice off his shin. While the Mets are taking batting practice about 3:30 in the afternoon in the rain, he's in the outfield stretching and just getting ready for today's start. He's the only Dodger on the field at the time.
Yeah, he continues. He's not one of those that's going to make excuses about weather or cold. He's going to continue on his path of what he needs to get done. And if it's something that he likes to do in the outdoors, he does not mind dealing with the elements, because he feels like on the game day, if the elements are going to be there, then even on practice, I'll deal with them.
This is the 3rd full count of the night for Kershaw. So Ruff will be off and running. There he goes. Here's the pitch. Ground ball backhanded by Gordon. Flips, throws, got him. Inning over. So D. Gordon continues to play an outstanding second base. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left. 2-0 Dodgers as we head to the 3rd. When the Phillies went to the postseason, Tom Flash Gordon, number 45 on the right-hand side of the screen, was very much a part of that Phillies team. And look who's here tonight. Tom watching his son D, and it was here where D made his major league debut. And Flash is here tonight, will be for the series. He was in New York as well. What a great career Flash Gordon had, and here's D. Gordon, really just at the cutting edge of his career. A base hit in his first at bat. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1.
You brought up Clayton Kershaw's work ethic. Well, the work ethic that was instilled in D. Gordon came from his father, and even as D has this early success, talks about how this is not about complimenting him every day, but about continuing the work ethic.
1 out and nobody on as Gordon bounces to Utley. That'll bring up Sean Figgins. This is the second game of a 3-game series and the 7th game of a 9-game road trip. Figgins going back to the dugout to receive some instruction from Don Mattingly. And whatever he had to say has been said. Home plate umpire is Manny Gonzalez. He's the first Venezuelan-born major league umpire. .35 and in his 3rd big league season. Figgins fly to left in his first at-bat, starting at 3rd base tonight. Started 2nd last night, takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Figgins with 6 hits and 7 walks.
The walks are not a surprise, but the swing has started to come around since spring training. The hitting was very anemic early on in this year, but he has continued to work hard and is barreling up a lot more balls.
But Hernandez quickly ahead, 0-2. The Dodgers 2 runs and 3 hits. Puig an RBI single in the first. Crawford a solo home run in the second. 1-2 to Figgins. And Puig on deck. Dodgers will be home on Monday and face the Reds at 5 o'clock. Figgins pops it off to the left and out of play. We'll be back with you tomorrow at noon when Dan Herron faces a rookie, David Buchanan, who will be making his major league debut. The Phillies have all sorts of health issues, beginning with the incomparable Cliff Lee. Figgins takes outside, 2-2. Lee has an elbow. There's Cole Hamels, who's had his own set of issues.
It's not like the days when you come in to face Hamels, Lee, and Halladay. It's time for the Dodgers to make some hay.
Into center field. And Mayberry's right there, 2 out. This will bring up Yasiel Puig. Puig single to right in his first at bat. Night before last, when Puig hit the home run at Citi Field, while D. Gordon was at the plate, Puig noticed a fella in a wheelchair, quadriplegic, and his friend sitting right behind the batting net. Left the on-deck circle, did Puig. Went into the dugout, got a couple of balls and a couple of bats, presented it to the fan. Puig with a ground ball in the hole. Rollins is going to throw him out. 2 for 2. So Puig goes into the dugout while Gordon is at the plate. Presents the fan and his friend 2 baseballs, 2 bats. These are for you. And then Puig goes out and hits a home run.
Amazing.
The legend of Yasiel Puig continues. A fan, a New York Met fan no less, was so moved by seeing that, and just a handful of fans apparently did, that an email was sent to us. tell us about Puig and that moment. Now Adrian Gonzalez, who flied to right with a fly ball into left center. Ruff gets out of the way of Mayberry, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. After 2.5, 2-0 Dodgers. As we head to the bottom of the third, come on out to Dodger Stadium this coming Thursday when Hanley Ramirez and the Dodgers open the series against Andrew McCutchen and the Pirates at 7:10. And the first 40,000 fans in attendance will take home a Dodger team-themed T-shirt presented by Security Benefit. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Charlie Stunner, Rick Monday, and Alana Rizzo from Citizens Bank Park. And the Phillies in the bottom of the third will have John Mayberry Jr., Roberto Hernandez, and Jimmy Rollins. Kershaw to this point, 36 pitches, 21 for strikes. No runs, no hits, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. Mayberry fouls it off to the left, and it's 0-1. Mayberry, a slow start, 8 for 38 with a home run and 7 runs batted in. His dad, of course, was a burly left-handed hitter in Kansas City. Into short center field, Ethier is in, calling off Puig, and that's the first out of the third. So Ethier is in center tonight, surrounded by Crawford in left and Puig in right.
Clayton Kershaw has been stingy in not allowing a ground ball to shortstop yet. Test the new mate out there.
Arizbel Arbarena making his major league debut tonight. Hernandez 0 for 10, takes a strike, 0-1. Steady wind blowing tonight from left field toward right. Again, this is a home run hitter's park. And a call strike, and it's 0-2.
This inning is starting like the last, but then Clayton hiccuped with 2 out, nobody on after 2 strikeouts, and walked the next hitter. He'll be thinking about that and trying to finish this one off quickly and get the bats in the dugout.
Third strikeout of the ball game for Kershaw. Now it's time for the Coors Light cold hard facts surrounding Jimmy Rollins, who is second all-time in hits in Philadelphia history. Just 16 behind Mike Schmidt, and surpassed the late great Richie Ashburn. At Delahanty was passed a long time ago, and for that matter, he passed a long time. 2 out, and Jimmy Rollins is the batter, and it's a strike, 0-1. Mike Schmidt. The argument, and a compelling one, could be made that Schmidt was the greatest third baseman who ever played.
Michael Jack Schmidt.
Yeah. Michael Jack Schmidt.
Over 500 home runs.
And Richie Ashburn, of course, a legendary center fielder, great broadcaster here. Into short right center. Gordon is out, and that will end the inning. An 8-pitch inning for Clayton Kershaw. The third of the way home, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. Something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now at your Honda dealer. 2 runs and 4 hits for the Dodgers. Nothing across for the Phillies through 3. Only 1 walk for Philadelphia to this point off Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw 44 pitches, 28 for strikes in 3 innings. And here is Andre Ethier getting the start in center field tonight. The game of musical chairs left Matt Kemp standing. So it'll be Ethier, Crawford, and A.J. Ellis. Ethier bounced to first in his first at-bat, swings and misses. And it's 0-1. In the 16 games, his number, in which he has played this month, .319 with 5 doubles and 7 runs batted in. One ball and 1 strike.
A game when you're Andre Ethier and you haven't been playing much and you're facing a right-hander with this much movement, he has to really concentrate on going to left field.
And at this point, the wind is really whipping toward right field.
It's a night where you could be lured into trying to pull and use that wind to ride on it, but this movement, you want to try and use the middle of the field.
He got hit in the middle of the leg.
That was a very odd pitch. You don't see that very often at all. A left-handed hitter getting out of the way, getting hit on the back leg. That back calf.
He got hit in the calf last year, I think it was. And it was an injury that lingered a good portion of the season. Now Crawford, who homered in his first at-bat, to right center. His 4th of the year, and Crawford continues his hot hitting. Takes a strike, 0-1. Crawford is 21 for his last 50, with a double, 4 homers, and 9 runs batted in. Gordon led off the game, would come around to score. Crawford, there's a ground ball to first, and a double play at second. Tagged out, according to Brian Knight. Ethier does not like the call.
Andre was hustling down there. He knew when the ball was hit what type of play he was going to have to deal with. Either run in the path of the throw coming from the first baseman or slide to the outside part of the bag to avoid the tag. And he thought he did it correctly, just missed it. The roll-over ground ball to Ryan Howard. He steps on the bag, and Andre, he's going to get in the path of the throw or he's going to slide outside like he did. And he was just hoping that he would get in there. He's just trying to get a toe on that right field side. Just got nipped.
1 ball and no strikes to A.J. Ellis. Ellis has seen more pitches per at bat than anybody this side of Jason Worth. And all of a sudden, the skies have opened. It has, out of nowhere, started to pour.
That wind that you commented on at the beginning of this inning has brought something in.
Cold and wet is what it brought in.
Feel it blowing through the press box here.
There was about a 1 in 3 chance of rain earlier in the day for Philadelphia. Well, that 1 chance in 3 has the skies opening. It wasn't a drizzle, it just started. The Dodgers are used to playing in foul weather this year, that's for sure. A.J. Ellis on ball 4.
The people are heading for cover, and there's so many people heading for cover that they're stuck in the walkways. There's a traffic jam to get to cover.
A little gridlock on the way to higher ground. That's the first walk given up by Hernandez. And now here is Arborena in his second major league at bat. Struck out on 3 pitches, so he's already ahead of the game, and the Philly groundskeepers are getting ready. Two balls and no strikes. Arizbel Arborena.
He's a little antsy in the box right now. He took that ball low and away, which is a long way away from where he is standing. He's deep in the box and away from the plate, and he was jumping up and down as he was taking it.
2-0. Rain continuing to fall rather hard. 3 balls and no strikes. Arborena, as you saw, was hitting just .208 at Double-A, but in his final 6 games before the call-up, he was 11 for 25, a .440 clip, which gives you some idea what a terrible start he got off to, and how he's able to regain his equilibrium and takes a 4-pitch walk. So with 2 out here in the 4th inning, Hernandez hit Ethier. Got Crawford to bounce into a double play, but would walk Ellis and now walk Arborena. And here is Kershaw, a very good hitting pitcher.
This weather is not letting up. It seems like they're trying to get this half of the inning in.
The crew chief is the third base umpire, Fieldon Culbreth. The game is in his hands. Had a call strike, 0-1. You get a sense that once this half inning is over, we might go into an intermission. Because it is coming down. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now it's coming down in sheets. And that's about enough. We can only do so much. All right, no mas. So at 8:02 Eastern time, we have gone into a rain delay. And by the looks of it, we might be here a while. Dodgers, of course, had a 3-hour and 17-minute rain delay in Washington. That would eventually cause Zach Greinke to lose his only game of the year. And the last thing in the world the Dodgers want to do, have a start for Clayton Kershaw set aside by the rain. So we are in a rain delay mode as we look about overhead. The weather is moving from left field toward right, and it is considerably darker out beyond left field than it is in right field. And as you can see, the rain is literally coming down in sheets. So it looks like we might be here a while as we kick off this Memorial Day weekend. And again, from the Dodger point of view, here was Kershaw cruising right along, and Mother Nature seems to have gotten in his way.
His only blemish, the walk, and 44 pitches so far, 27 of them for strikes. And Clayton looks like he has responded to his rough outing in Arizona in a very big way. And the last thing he wants is a long delay after feeling like he's back in rhythm and back on his game. The Dodgers get him the 2 runs. The defense has played flawlessly behind him, and he is mowing them down. So this is unwanted weather for Clayton Kershaw.
So we're going to take a break because we have nothing else to do and nowhere else to go. We will update you on the weather as we get more information. But for now, as you can see, it is coming down in buckets in Philadelphia. So we will send it back to Backstage Dodgers. Back in a little bit. A live picture. Again, it was really pouring before. Now, by comparison, this is just a shower. So the Dodgers have a 2-0 lead. Gordon began the inning with a single to left, stole second and third, and then Yasiel Puig would single home Gordon for Puig, his 38th run batted into the year, and then Carl Crawford leads off the second inning with his 4th home run of the season. So that's where we are with 2 on and 2 out in the top half of the 4th. A 1-1 count to Clayton Kershaw when play resumes. Now, what's going to be interesting is that Kershaw still at bat when he has completed this at bat and when the inning finally ends. How much time will he have to warm up after what has amounted to about a 45-minute rain delay?
By the letter of the law, he will only get his 8 warm-up pitches in between, but he definitely has been throwing underneath the tunnel in the batting cages and getting ready. I am sure he did not go to the outdoor bullpen out in right center, where the Dodgers bullpen is on top of the Phillies bullpen.
The top half of the 4th began when Ethier was hit by a pitch, was erased on a double play. Then A.J. Ellis would walk, Arbarena would walk, and here now is Kershaw, beginning where we left off with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. And 2 out in the top half of the 4th, and the Dodgers leading it 2-0. And play resumes at a call strike to Kershaw. It is 1-2. Hernandez to this point has walked 2 and struck out 1. Missing outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Hernandez must have thrown in the tunnel also in the batting cages on the Phillies side, because he came out and only took about 8 or 9 warm-up tosses to get ready for this portion of the inning.
Officially a 43-minute rain delay. Now the 2-2. Kershaw to short. Backhanded by Rollins. Long throw. Inning over. It only took about 45 minutes. No runs, no hits, 2 walks, 2 left after 3.5. Kershaw and the Dodgers 2-0. Stadium, the Dodgers host the Cincinnati Reds at 5:10 and be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance, and you'll take home an Andre Ethier themed barbecue apron presented by Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. So the rain naturally is continuing despite the 43-minute rain delay, and Clayton Kershaw is out warming up on the hill, and something we discussed. How much time will he have? How much latitude will he be given in these warm-up tosses as he gets ready to pitch the bottom half of the 4th?
This is his 5th and 6th tosses, so he hasn't been out there a while because of that ground ball to short, and then running out and then getting back to the Dodger dugout and gathering himself and getting back to the mound. So he's telling Right now, A.J. Ellis, go ahead and throw it down. So this is the 8th warm-up pitch. They just gave him the conventional 8, and he must have been throwing underneath in the bullpen as far as back behind the Dodger dugout.
As we were talking during the break, one of the advantages of the new ballparks, there are now areas where you can warm up and even take BP.
Exactly, and the facilities are fantastic on both the home and visiting side. As things got to improve in the different ballparks, the home side was always the first to get improved. But now with the new ballparks, they've fully designed them to get each side the same amount, same treatment.
So it's been about an hour since Kershaw last threw a pitch against a Philly. And here we go in the bottom of the 4th, and Carlos Ruiz will lead it off. Kershaw's first pitch is inside, 1 ball and no strikes. The wind is blowing in now. It had been blowing from left toward right. The temperature has dropped precipitously. And the 1-0 on the way. Here's a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike.
As a starting pitcher, Clayton went into this rain delay with 44 pitches, and every 15 or 20 minutes you would play catch with somebody just to keep your body temperature up and your arm loose.
2 balls and a strike.
And a lot of times when you come back, this first inning and how you feel very, very good. You feel like you're rested and you're not stiff. It's the second inning when you come back a lot of times where the rest that you had and the delay starts to hit you.
On 2-1 to Ruiz. 2-2. It was 74 degrees when the game began. Now the temperature is 69, but a steady wind is making it feel a whole lot cooler than that. The 2-2. Count goes full. Kershaw has struck out 3, walked 1, and this is the 4th full count that he has worked into. Utley on deck, and Ruiz fouls it back.
Most guys in a delay like this, Charlie, will definitely change their T-shirts or their sleeves. Some of them will change their complete uniform and start completely over to try and be fresh and not get cold, so that when they come out and stretch and get ready, they're ready to go.
So Ruiz keeping this at bat alive. And yet Kershaw never wears that long sleeve shirt underneath the jersey. And he walks Ruiz on 8 pitches. Ruiz in his first at bat would eventually fly to center after an 8-pitch at bat. Second walk of the game given up by Kershaw.
Before the delay, the underlying story that we talked about were the middle infielders for the Dodgers, Ara Baroena and D. Gordon. Up the middle, the double play combination that has not worked together at all.
They barely met one another. Spent a little time together in spring, just passing through in the clubhouse in Glendale. But it's on the job training for them. Here's Utley fouling it back, and it's 0-1. Utley fouled to third in his first at bat.
There has not been a ground ball to shortstop today, and we've had a couple balls to Andre Ethier, for those reminding you that he is out in center field, not Matt Kemp tonight.
Figgins, Arabuena, Gordon, and Gonzalez in the infield. Crawford, Ethier, and Puig in the outfield. And the 0-1, line to left, fair ball. Headed toward the corner. Ruiz on his way to third. He'll be held there. And so now there is second and third and nobody out for Utley, his 20th double of the year.
A high fastball. This is the first hit that Clayton Kershaw has given up tonight, and definitely the first hard hit ball since after the delay. Can you blame this on the delay? I don't think so. It's a good piece of hitting. High fastball that maybe Clayton didn't want to get it there, but Chase Utley has been swinging a hot bat since the beginning of the year, and that is something he does very well, is line drives the opposite field.
Utley came into the game the third leading hitter in the National League at .337. And now Marlon Byrd, who's been very hot over the last month, is 6 for 11 against Kershaw. Struck out in his first at bat, swings and misses, and it's 0-1.
Kind of a shock to your system if you're Clayton Kershaw. You sit around for 40-some innings waiting to get back out there, play catch, get warmed up, take your at bat, ground out to short. Now you go back out there and the first guy gets on with a walk, next guy's a double. You are in the heat of it.
Byrd, a .333 hitter with runners in scoring position. The Dodgers clinging to a 2-0 lead in the fourth, and Kershaw gets ahead 0-2.
Two outstanding sliders right there.
So the leadoff walk to Ruiz, the double to left for Utley. Byrd the hitter and Howard on deck. Infield back and shaded a bit toward left, especially Arabuena shortstop. And now Kershaw steps off the rubber. This also is going to be an issue, as we saw in New York, the mud-caked spikes of the pitchers. Of course, there's a lot of the drying agent out on the hill, as you see. A steady drizzle is falling even now. On 0-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Dropped by Ellis to complete the strikeout. He throws to first, and Kershaw heads up, comes to the plate just in case.
Well, through 3 in a row, great sliders. This one better than the last as far as the 0-2 count and get it down in the dirt. He went one with a strike, he went one a little lower, and then he went all the way down in the dirt. When you throw it in that correct order, you get really good results.
Second time Bird's gone down on strikes. Ryan Howard coming up. He struck out in his first at bat. Howard 3 for 15 against Clayton Kershaw. Breaks his bat, pops it up to the left. Figgins fighting the wind and the rain and runs out of room. The wind coming in all directions, as is the rain at the moment. Rain is not quite as intense as it was at the delay about an hour ago, but it is coming down.
A lot to deal with out there right now, especially when you're in a jam. Second and third, one out.
Darren Ruff is on deck after the leadoff walk to Ruiz, who's at third, and Utley doubled him. The 0-1 to Howard. No balls and 2 strikes.
Ryan Howard was in the on-deck circle watching Clayton Kershaw attack Marlon Byrd with all sliders. So far this at-bat, 2 fastballs. And to beat him up in the strike zone so far.
Ryan Howard in his career against the Dodgers hitting $1.99. On 0-2 with second and third. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Saw some 2-strike curveballs get hurt when Clayton Kershaw threw them against Arizona. They're making sure that breaking ball at 0-2 count is in the dirt and down.
One ball and 2 strikes. 2-0 Dodgers, bottom half of the fourth. 2-2. So what has Ryan Howard meant to the Philadelphia Phillies? Of course, you had the bad leg and then subsequently the surgery. Over the last 2 years, when he's been in the lineup, the Phillies are 77-63. When he's on the sideline, 30 games under 500. That's what he's meant. Here's the 2-2. Fly ball, left field, slicing toward the corner and out of play. He has been missing in action with the myriad of leg injuries. But when he's in there, they're a whole lot better than they are without him. You got three pillars of this franchise: Howard, Utley, and Rollins. 2-2. 3-2. So Kershaw got ahead, and now the count is full.
Couple of fastballs, couple of sliders. The first slider was a pretty good one. Second slider he hung, and he tried to sneak a fastball by him, and that was the first curveball that he's shown him.
So you saw all those pitches. Let's not forget, it was about an hour between the third inning and the fourth inning for him.
He's got him set up for a slider if he can make it look like a fastball down the middle and then break it to the outside corner, even to the right-hand batter's box. Ryan Howard, with the velocity at 94 miles an hour of Clayton Kershaw, would have to start the bat. If he could get it down with some bite, I think he strikes him out.
Howard has been struck out 53 times in 164 at-bats. On 3-2. Well, he's been struck out again. Dropped again by Ellis. Throws to first to complete it. 2 out.
Exact pitch he threw was the slider. Didn't get it away, but he got it down. He made it look like a fastball down the middle, and it went straight down. This is a pitch-by-pitch sequence. The fastballs that Ryan Howard gets a chance to hit right there. You miss both of those. The slider down that he takes. Another slider that Clayton hangs, comes back with the fastball. The wind blew that ball foul. Had him set up for the curveball. Couldn't execute it. Got him to miss the 3-2 one, but then came back after seeing the bat was in motion in the 3-2 fastball. Threw the slider and got him.
Darren Ruff. Can Kershaw get out of this mess? Second and third, nobody out, but he strikes out Bird and Howard, and Ruff takes a strike, 0-1. Ruff began the year on the disabled list with the dreaded oblique. At AAA, Lehigh Valley, who's hitting .265 with a home run, couple of RBIs. One ball and one strike to Darren Ruff. Because of Kershaw being out on the hill tonight, the lefty Dominic Brown not starting. Tony Gwynn not starting. Ben Revere, left-handed hitting center fielder, not starting. Right-handed hitting Ruff takes inside. 2-1.
With the switch hitting Hernandez on deck, first base open. You have a 2-1 count. You continue to pitch here. You don't pitch around him because first base is open, but you continue. You have two guys to get one out.
Ruff out of Omaha, Nebraska. Played 73 games with the Phillies last year. 2-2. Went to Creighton, did Darren Ruff. He was a Missouri Valley Conference Player of the Year in 2007. And for Kershaw, his 70th pitch upcoming. And the last one of the fourth inning. That'll do it. And Philly fans are spreading the love. Dodgers lead 2-0 as we head to the fifth. Gordon, Figgins, and Puig coming up. Second and third, nobody out. He strikes out Bird, Howard, and Ruff strikes out the side and gets out of a nasty piece of business. Through 4 innings of play and the rain continuing to fall. Dodgers 2 runs and 4 base hits, no runs and 1 hit for the Phillies. D. Gordon began the night with a single to right. He'd steal second, he'd steal third, and with 1 out, Yasiel Puig would single him home in the first inning. And a call strike to D. Gordon. Gordon with the base hit in 2 at-bats at .298. After his single, he bounced to second, and now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, you came back after many a rain delay. To what extent does it impact on you, whether it's a couple innings into the game, 4 or 5 innings into the game? When is it a rest and when is it just a plain nuisance?
Yeah, it really does affect you your next inning. Clayton Kershaw's in there now cooling off again, and then we'll have to come back out and warm up, and I think that's when you feel the biggest impact, is that second inning. If you were in like a 40-minute rain delay, I felt like that every 20 minutes you waited, that you had to play catch and restart your engine just to stay hot enough to be able to come back, that was a half an inning or so of play that you lost. So if I was feeling good enough to go 8 or 9 that night and was really going to be able to do that, the rain delay, every 20 minutes that I had to wait out, I thought I lost an inning. So if he was feeling good enough to go 8 tonight for 110 pitches, maybe we're only going to get 6 out of him.
Something also that Don Mattingly and Rick Honeycutt have to keep in mind. Stan Conte, the head trainer, is certainly involved in that consultation as well.
You stiffen up during a game, or you get fatigued during a game as you get back into the second half of a game, but it just seems to come a little quicker. You can stiffen up in a normal game, and it takes an inning and a half, 2 innings, all of a sudden then you're fatigued. But when it hits you after a delay, it usually 4 or 5 pitches, a batter or 2, bam, your just body tightens up.
Oh, what a play at third by Hernandez. Gordon robbed of a base hit. Cesar Hernandez, who's spent most of his time playing second base and a little bit of short, playing at third base tonight out of necessity, and a terrific play.
In spring training, D. Gordon set a pitcher screen over there by third base and stood behind it and had Franklin Stubbs and others swat balls at it just to see what the third baseman was going to feel and have to react to. And that gave him a lot of confidence about how tough it is to play third base that far in against a left-handed hitter like D. Gordon. And that's where he really started to have confidence in slapping the ball and ripping it over there. Hernandez did a great job stabbing at that one.
Sean Figgins 0 for 2, flied to left and flied to center. The Dodgers 2-0 with 1 out in the 5th. Hernandez misses outside. And it's another thing about if you've got a rain delay on a hot, humid thunderstorm and you go back and it's still 80-something degrees. Game began at 74. At the moment it says 69. It feels a lot cooler than that. And that too, I imagine, impacts on a pitcher's arm and psyche.
Yeah, it's all stuff you have to deal with, and it's not stuff you whine about or cry about, but you definitely deal with extra layers of elements as you go through these weather situations.
1-2 to Figgins. 2-2.
A lot of times in these situations, the logical conservative part of your brain is gone. You just become a gamer, and you're going to push through everything that is in front of you. And the responsible ones end up being your pitching coach, your manager, and your trainer.
Here's the 2-2. Lined right into the glove of Ryan Howard. So Gordon and Figgins hit the ball on the button here in the 5th and have nothing to show for it.
Sean Figgins continues to swing a hot bat. This does not get results, but as far as execution, it was right on.
Now Puig, who's just 2 for 2, hitting .339. Puig is in the top 5 in the National League in batting average, home runs, RBIs, on base percentage, and slugging percentage. And hasn't missed very many highlight shows in the past couple of weeks. Good, bad, or indifferent?
I think there's a lot of people that are probably just joining us, Charlie, and I think the story that you told about him handing out the bats and the balls during a game needs to be told again.
Night before last in New York. Gordon is batting in the 6th inning. He's in the on-deck circle, Puig is. And behind home plate is a fella in a mechanized wheelchair, quadriplegic, and a friend of his next to him. Puig happens to notice that. From the on-deck circle, Puig goes into the dugout, gets a couple of bats, couple of balls, presents it to the friend of the fella in the wheelchair. Gordon would strike out. Puig steps to the plate and hits a home run.
It's right up there almost with the Babe Ruth pointing to center field story.
It's pretty remarkable. And the only way we found out about it was that a Met fan who witnessed this emailed it to the Dodgers and said, this is what happened. And while a Met fan, this fellow who emailed us, is now a Puig fan for life. 1-2 to Puig, 2 out in the 5th. Rolled to third. This is going to be a tough play. Hernandez throws. Puig with his speed is 3 for 3.
There are parts of a professional athlete's life that are actually planned, that things will be photographed and seen and publicized to show their charitable contribution back to society. But when a guy just stops and in the middle of a game when he's playing, and this might get called back.
Yeah, it will be a call back
when they show it on the replay. But you know, it's absolutely amazing when something like that comes to our attention and there's nothing planned about it. It shows from the goodness of his heart what he was doing.
He's something. We oftentimes in Los Angeles during the season and after the season as well will walk into a hospital unannounced and just spend time with kids. And now Puig is remaining at first.
Well, they got together, the 4 umpires got together and said they did not see it go off his foot. Ryan Sandberg's probably going to ask for them to look at it.
Ryan Sandberg, the Hall of Famer, hands on hips in disbelief. Larry Boa on the phone ordering pizza.
I'm really surprised that they're not asking for them to look at that.
Well, Puig says thank you very much, and
it's a reviewable play. It's not a ball or a strike. It's not obstruction.
Well, it's now a moot point. Fly ball to left. Ruff's got it, and that ends the inning. Puig says thank you. Yeah, he's 3 for 3. Could have been worse. After 4.5, 2-0 Dodgers. He has given up 1 hit and struck out 6 through 4.
Well, and he has all his pitches working today. He's only thrown a couple curveballs, but the slider has really been the out pitch that has put hitters away. Both right-handers and left-handers have been chasing it. It looks like it's going to be a very hittable fastball, and then just absolutely bites late as it disappears and they swing and miss.
So Kershaw will face the bottom third of the Philly order in the bottom half of the 5th. Beginning with Cesar Hernandez, John Mayberry Jr., and Roberto Hernandez. More than half his pitches have been fastballs. Did he go around? Yes, says first base umpire Seth Buckminster. He's a rookie umpire, vacation relief. Hernandez bounced to second in his first at-bat, starting at third base tonight. Four for 20 since his recall. Seth Buckminster has just thrown out Juan Samuel for something apparently that was said that was unkind.
I think it was some residue from the Yasiel Puig in Philadelphia's eyes foul ball base hit, and I think Juan is letting him know. They can see that that was a bunt attempt, but you can't see the foul ball of somebody's foot.
Well, Sammy is letting the crew chief, Fielding Colbreth, know about it too. Buckminster, as we mentioned, he's a rookie vacation reliever. And Samuel has gotten the gate. Rarely does a replacement first base coach get announced into the game, but John Miserock just has. Meanwhile, 0-2 to Hernandez. So we had a 43-minute rain delay. Puig gets a base hit that appeared to foul off his foot. 4 umpires got together and said, well, all right, fellas, it's going to be a hit. And although it appeared that it was clearly off his foot. And now the first base coach, Juan Samuel, gets the heave-ho. I see a bad moon rising. So Buckminster will be calling balls and strikes tomorrow, but he can hardly wait.
Baptism by fire.
Well, there are a lot of first-year umpires this year for a lot of reasons. A lot of veteran umpires, many are literally on the disabled list. And then there's a whole crew of 4, 2 crews of 4 that go in and out of New York monitoring replays. There's Fielding Colbreth, the crew chief. Manny Gonzalez calling balls and strikes. Now the 3-2. Call strike 3. Oh, this is going to be a fun night in Philadelphia. That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Kershaw. And the always charitable and forgiving Philadelphia fans are.
It's one thing for Clayton to have the slider down in the dirt or the slider just to get a strike. The most advanced pitch in his arsenal that he throws that makes him a pitcher is that backdoor slider that catches that outside corner. How, as a hitter, when the ball looks like it's in the left-hand batter's box, does a right-hander pull of the trigger with that just nipping the outside edge?
Now Mayberry takes a strike, 0-1. Kershaw, between when the rain delay began and then he threw his first pitch in the bottom of the 4th, it was roughly an hour between pitches. Here's the 0-1. Low and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. First batter he faced after the rain delay, he walked Ruiz. Utley doubled to left, and since then he struck out 4 in a row. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mayberry. Fly to center in his first at bat.
And he's in quite a pitch mix right now. He started him off with a changeup after striking him out on a backdoor slider, and now here he comes with a slider and then a fastball in.
And a breaking ball that Mayberry barely gets a piece of.
He's throwing him the whole kitchen sink. You know you are really in sync when you're throwing strikes, striking people out, and using every single pitch that you have at your disposal. And going different pitch to different location every single pitch, not trying to lock in on one spot and work from there.
Grounded to third. Figgins, 2 out. Sean Figgins over at third base tonight. Of course, Juan Uribe on the disabled list. Justin Turner started the last couple of games. We have yet to see the defensive exploits of Arisbel Arabarena, making his major league debut tonight. 2 out, nobody on, and there he is. Arrived yesterday. Hernandez fouls it back, 0-1. So through 4 2/3 innings, 83 pitches for Kershaw, he has struck out 7 batters, walked 2, and given up 1 hit. Dodgers lead 2-0. And it's 0-2 to Roberto Hernandez. Once upon a time, a long time ago, he was known as Fausto Carmona. Swung on and missed strike 3. Strikeout number 8. Well, 5 innings are in the books, and 3 of them have been perfect for Kershaw. 2-0 as we Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by the Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2014 Truck of the Year and first ever back-to-back champion. As we head to the 6th, Dodgers up 2-0. Join us for the next episode of Connected With as we sit down with Dusty Baker. Talk about winning the 1981 World Series against the Yankees. Don't miss Connected With Dusty Baker Sunday at 3 on Sportsnet LA. Back in the farm days where you had the weather vane and you would know which way the wind was blowing, if the rain was coming in, the Dodger bullpen has just removed the tarp, so we can assume that the worst of the weather is behind us. Andre Ethier leads it off. In the 6th, he's bounced out and has been hit by a pitch. So Ethier starting in center field tonight, surrounded by Crawford and Puig, and Ethier fouls it off to the left, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Andre at 262 with a couple of home runs and 21 runs batted in. Hitting .319 with 5 doubles, 7 RBIs in the last 16 games. And over the past month or so, .345. Fooled on the pitch. 1-2.
Changeup got him out in front. When you haven't played as much as Andre would like to play, some of those off-speed pitches are some of the last that you start to recognize.
Ethier in his 40th game. And into short center field. It is going to drop in for a base hit. Bird and Mayberry converging. It drops in front of Bird. A leadoff single for Ethier in the 6th. And that'll bring up Carl Crawford, who has hit the ball solidly twice tonight. Crawford in his first at-bat homered to right center, his 4th home run of the year. And then he bounced into a double play, which really doesn't do it justice. He stung the ball, but right at Ryan Howard, who was able to step on the bag, throw to second, and get Ethier. But Ethier leads off first in the top half of the 6th. The Dodgers a 2-0 lead, and Crawford takes a strike, and it's 0-1. This in the 2nd inning.
Well, he caught a slider, got out in front of it a little bit, but knew right away as soon as he hit it that it was out of here.
Crawford's been red hot. 408 since May 3rd. Well, the Dodger outfield, all of them, including the 2 fellas on the bench tonight, Kemp and Van Slyke, on the year are hitting .287 with 24 home runs, 84 runs batted in. On base percentage of .357 and a slugging percentage of .488. So among all the outfields, the Dodgers rank in the top 3 in all of those categories, as Crawford fouls it off to the left. Not everybody's happy every day, but at the end of the day, they're getting a productive offense.
A lot of times it's couched with matchups or playing time or rest or giving a guy a scheduled day off.
Or who's hot.
Exactly. And what a great timing by Don Mattingly tonight, getting Hanley Ramirez out of there and Matt Kemp as far as a day off, because this is a wonderful day to miss if you're a everyday player.
Second strikeout of the night for Roberto Hernandez.
We'll come back two-seam fastball here. Carl wasn't too sure it made it all the way back, but it looks like it does. And that is just a very, very hard pitch for a left-handed hitter to hit unless you're looking for it. We saw Adrian Gonzalez hit one for a home run the other night, and he got on top of it.
A.J. Ellis has flied to center and has walked. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. No runs and 1 hit for the Phillies. Roberto Hernandez on the hill. Hernandez so far has struck out 2 and walked 2. Up until a few years ago, he was Fausto Carmona. Fausto Carmona was born in 1983. And Fausto Carmona was discovered to be Roberto Hernandez, who was born in 1980. So he was a player to be named later and a player who was aged later.
And was a player when discovered by his teammates, was 3 years older, received 3 birthday cakes the first day of spring training the next year.
Makeup day. Now he grew up as Roberto Hernandez, and there's a line drive into left field for a base hit. And Ethier, never stopping, goes to third. Darren Ruff was a bit lackadaisical out there. The plate totally in front of Ethier, and he decided to step it up, rounding second, and he arrives at third safely.
Well, what you're reading as a base runner is you're reading which fielder is going to get it, the center fielder or the left fielder. If the left fielder is a left-handed thrower, you don't go on this ball as often, but a right-handed thrower has to turn and turn back to third base. Andre does a great job. He's reading which one's going to get it, and now it's the left fielder, right-handed thrower. You're going to have a tough time turning your body and throwing it to third.
By and large, Darren Ruff is a first baseman. He is learning on the job in left, and he is learning the hard way. So now here's Arabuena with the first time in his big league career with a runner in scoring position. And he swings and misses, 0-1, missing a slider. Arabuena has struck out and walked. He hit just .208 at Double-A Chattanooga. However, in his last week down there before being called up, he was 11 for 25, a 6-game hitting streak, and a 440 clip. Welcome to the big leagues. He squares to bunt and misses. 0-2.
He was trying to bunt the ball down third base firmly and allow Andre Ethier to follow the third baseman in to get the run in. Safety squeeze kind of play.
Well, Kershaw is on deck. Ethier at third, Ellis at first. In the dirt, blocked by Carlos Ruiz.
Chooch got the caboose down, blocked it well.
As the Dodgers arrived at Penn Station about 1 o'clock this morning in Philadelphia.
3 cars full we were.
At our own train. On 1-2, Arabuena takes low and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arabuena arrived in Glendale a couple of weeks into spring. Did not play in any exhibition games with the big club. Played on the backfields every day. And he has naturally not had a ball hit to him tonight. Here's 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Sliders beat him, and there's 2 out.
This ball's at 83 miles an hour, and looks like a changeup right there that dove down. He was way out in front of that, and you can't blame him when you're in the big leagues and haven't been around very long. You're going to be anxious to try and drive that runner in from third. Roberto Hernandez doing the right thing and trying to get him out in front of something off speed.
So now here's Kershaw with 2 out. Ethier at third and Ellis at first. Time is called by the catcher, Carlos Ruiz. It's almost as if Manny Gonzalez, the home plate umpire, pointing at Ruiz saying, "Don't pin the rap on me." He wanted the time and got it. Kershaw 0 for 2 tonight. 2 for 9 on the year. Boy, Ruiz has done a terrific job digging balls out of the dirt tonight.
And he is one of the best we've seen this year, especially where we've seen a lot of catchers going to trying to kind of catch the ball. The way the gloves are built today with the hinges, you can almost use it like a first baseman's glove, but Ruiz very much old style as far as quickly moving the feet like a cat and blocking the ball.
That's Ethier at third, and Ellis leading off first, being held on by Ryan Howard. 1 ball, 1 strike to Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw has always been a well above average hitting pitcher. And he chops one to second. Utley's got an easy play, and that will end the inning. Dodgers leave runners at the corners, fail to score, and after 5.5, we will go to the bottom half of the 6th, and they lead 2-0. this reminder, don't miss Hyun-Jin Ryu's bobblehead night at Dodger Stadium this Tuesday night at 7:10 when the Dodgers take on the Reds. First 50,000 fans in attendance will take home a mini Ryu, compliments of Visit Korea with Asiana Airlines. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. And from the "if it hurts when you do this, then don't do this" department, Nolan Arenado, one of the best young third basemen in the game, broke his left middle finger tonight, diving into second base head first. There's another one. This diving into bases, is the risk reward. The risk now is so overwhelming. How many fellas have hurt thumbs mostly? But in the case of Arenado, who you could have made a compelling case to be an all-star this year, and now he's going to be out a while. Arenado, a Southern California product, grew up a Dodger fan, just having a tremendous year with the Rockies, and now he's out.
He had a very long hit streak earlier in the year. Really had contributed to Cargo and Tulowitzki there as far as the offense in Colorado.
So a tough break, literally and figuratively, for the Rockies, who are tied at 2 with the Braves in the top half of the 6th down in Atlanta. Jimmy Rollins takes a strike, and it's 0-1. The Rockies are at 26-21, trailing the Giants by 3. The Dodgers a game and a half behind Colorado. And Rollins whistles one foul. And the count is 0-2. Early in the year, Ryan Sandberg, who knows something about solid play, Hall of Famer, benched Rollins for a couple of days. Said, hey, you have to play hard all the time, not most of the time. And since then, Rollins has had a terrific year. On cue, into the left field corner. Rollins on his way to second, and he will make it. So Rollins with his 7th double of the year.
He has been outstanding this year. Talking to some of the people around the Phillies, he worked hard throughout the whole offseason. Both he and Chase Utley have gone to year-round programs as far as keeping their legs healthy, and Jimmy Rollins this year added some yoga to his offseason program, brought some flexibility, and he looks like he's running like the young Jimmy,
who is now 15 hits away from becoming the all-time hit leader in Philly franchise history. Carlos Ruiz is the batter. 0 for 1 and a walk. Chooch takes high and inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Rollins this year, this is a 6th game in which he has batted leadoff, and he is hitting .333 at the top of the lineup. Ruiz takes low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes with Chase Utley on deck. Two runs and 7 hits for the Dodgers. No runs and 2 hits for the Phillies. Dodgers took 3 of 4 from Philadelphia last month back in LA, and have taken 6 out of 7 from the Phillies here at Citizens Bank over the last 2 years. Kershaw falls behind 3-0.
You work so hard, you pitch so well, and then you give up that leadoff double. And right here, Clayton getting a little too fine, trying a little too hard to save that runner at second, maybe getting Rollins to third with less than 2 outs. In my mind, you've got to take this inning and just say, you know what, let's get an out first and figure out a way to save the run later.
Dodgers 2-0, count 3-0. Rollins leads from second. 3-1.
He's pitched with second and third and no out and pitched completely out of the jam. That was back in the 4th. And now with a man on second and no out, a similar situation.
I'm not sure what that was all about.
Well, D flashed in there to kind of give him a look, and Clayton thought he was so far off we might be picking him off, but D at the moment then backs off. D takes the step in, leans in, and Clayton's like, oh, he's going to keep going. And fortunately, Clayton was heads up enough as he spun and threw that D wasn't on the bag, or that ball could have went into center field easily if Clayton threw one at the bag.
Three and 2. The Phillies as a team this year hitting just .246 with runners in scoring position. That's been part of their undoing. Ruiz .241 hitting in the clutch.
Ryan Sandberg, as we take a look at the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell and Brandon League up. Ryan Sandberg put Ruiz in this 2-hole because of his great bat control.
0 for 1 and a walk. All 4. First and second, nobody out, and here comes Chase Utley. Second time tonight that Ruiz has walked. 3 walks overall. In 3 Ruiz at-bats tonight, he has seen 22 pitches. Eight pitches in his first at-bat, 8 more in his second. And 6 on this at-bat.
Well, I don't expect Chase Utley to be bunting here. I expect him to be swinging away, even though it's a left-on-left situation. He's been swinging the bat very well. Rick Honeycutt going to come to the mound and have a chat, though. Maybe give the bullpen a chance to get the righty Brandon League available for Marlon Byrd, who's on deck.
Kershaw has given up no runs and 2 hits. He's walked 3, struck out 8, 94 pitches. And again, there was about an hour between his last pitch before the rain delay and the first one after.
Clayton was very animated when Rick Honeycutt came to the mound, and I think the animation, if I got to guess what the conversation is, it's about, I know you're coming out here to get the bullpen ready, but I'm going to get through this whole inning, and I'm feeling good, and it's, come on, let's go. I'm ready to go. He's out there to compete, and he's not feeling like this is his last batter. He's feeling like, I want to keep going.
But he's got a tough hombre in Chase Utley, who has doubled in 2 at-bats. Utley now 35. 5-time All-Star starter, 4-time Silver Slugger Award winner at second base. Born in Pasadena and one of the great Phillies of all time. Career .287 hitter, and takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, Chase Utley this year so far against lefties .268, against righties .374. This fastball on the first pitch missed the spot, but got the strike zone.
Utley graduated Long Beach Poly in 1997. Then it was on to UCLA when he became one of the all-time great Bruins. In the short right, Puig coming over, and he will make the catch, and nobody's going nowhere.
You used the phrase let off the throttle sometimes, Charlie. That's what Yasiel Puig did right there with his outstanding Lamborghini type arm. He just backed off the throttle and just got it into the infield.
Jimmy Rollins never left second. Marlon Byrd has had a tough night tonight against Kershaw. 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. Howard, who's on deck, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. Kershaw's got 8 strikeouts tonight, 3 walks, 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, Dodgers with a 2-0 lead. Puig an RBI single, Crawford a solo home run. Popped up, foul territory. Gonzalez makes the play. There's 2 out.
Well, there was no assumption on who was getting this ball between 3 guys: Clayton Kershaw, Adrian Gonzalez, and A.J. Ellis. The first thing that happened was AJ had to find it. Gonzo knew exactly where it was, so he got an early step on it, and Clayton wasn't going to trust any of them, but they all got out of the way for the first baseman. Kershaw going for it, sliding after he hears the voices. Never took his eyes off the ball, but heard the voices that Adrian said, "I've got it." Pulled up with a slide. Very well done.
And a wet bottom. Now Ryan Howard with 2 out. In the 4th inning, the Phillies had 2 on and nobody out. Failed to score. They had 2 on, nobody out here in the 6th, and there are 2 out. Howard has struck out twice tonight, and the Phillies are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
Since Kershaw barked at Honeycutt as he was arriving at the mound about "let's go, I'm ready to get out of this inning," he has thrown 4 pitches, and all 4 are strikes, and has 2 outs.
And now 2 out. Howard, no balls and 2 strikes.
5 for 5. 1 slider, but all strikes. He was ready to compete and wanted to get the game going. Strategy was, though, to make sure the bullpen was ready to help him, but right now he needs no help.
On 0-2. B.J. Upton leads the National League with 57 strikeouts. His brother Justin is second. And Ryan Howard has been struck out 54 times tonight. And he's 1 away from being within 3 of the league leader. In the meantime, Kershaw and Ellis get on the same page.
Remember the at-bat Ryan Howard had in his last at-bat where it was long and it went to 3-2, and there was a foul ball and a fastball, and then he went with a 3-2 slider. Right here at 0-2, they're trying to figure out where are we going right away, and are we setting it up, or are we going right to the out pitch?
Out pitch. Strike 3. So Howard is struck out for the 3rd time tonight as Kershaw hit the bullseye. Howard not happy. Clayton Kershaw certainly is. Right on the corner. 2-0 Dodgers. We head to the 7th. Wasn't particularly happy to see Rick Honeycutt on the mound. Get out of here. I want to finish off the inning. Well, Kershaw, as it turned out, knew best. He did. All's well that ends well. And through 6 innings, Kershaw 100 pitches, 67 for strikes. Meanwhile, Roberto Hernandez has held his own. D. Gordon leads off in the 7th. He pops it off to the left and out of play. 0-1. Lefty Mario Hollins is warming up for the Phillies. Dodger bullpen remains quiet. There's Hollins. Figgins on deck and Puig to follow. 0-2 to D. Gordon.
This 0-2 count with D. Gordon, he is not fearful of that anymore. He is so locked into understanding his plan and getting into the box and trying to make contact and use his legs.
One ball and 2 strikes. The thing also about Gordon, walking more than he has in the past. Got a .340 on base percentage. 2-2, and in his case, a walk's as good as a double.
And sometimes a triple.
And in the case of Gordon, as you take a look at Figgins on deck, batting average is really secondary to his on-base percentage, because of his extraordinary ability to steal bases. 2 for 2 tonight, 27 out of 30. And the 2-2. Slapped it foul. Leading off the 7th. Worked the count full, 3-2.
All the way from a 0-2 count. As a pitcher, you're disappointed that this has happened. As a hitter, you feel like you have won the battle already, and now you just want to get some results.
Gordon has stolen more bases than 7 other teams in the National League. On 3-2, he fouls it back. So again, in the case of D. Gordon, just getting on base is every bit as productive as a base hit. And then, as you see, Gordon has 1 less stolen base in the Phillies team.
It's on right here. He might pass him in this inning.
Well, Hernandez into the 7th inning. Only the 2nd time all year he has ventured this far. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. No runs, 2 hits for the Phillies. And how about that at bat for D. Gordon?
We talked about he got to the 0-2 count, and there's no panic in his game to hit with 2 strikes now, and he gets into the box every pitch and has a plan. And D. Gordon worked the walk.
And again, in talking with Gordon yesterday, how relaxed he was and almost relieved that he got a day off. And for the first time in his career, when he got a day off, he didn't have to look over his shoulder and say, will I be able to play tomorrow? So he's playing with great confidence, not going on the first pitch, and Figgins takes inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. The Dodgers are in the 7th inning, and the leadoff hitter has gotten aboard in 5 of the 7 innings. Gordon led off the game with a single, stole a couple of bases, and Puig would knock him in. Crawford hit a home run in the 2nd. Ethier was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Ethier single to right in the 6th, and here is Gordon at first base. And he already has caught the attention of Roberto Hernandez.
After the first pitch, Ruiz received it and ran the ball back to the mound to talk to Hernandez, and that was about giving him different looks at first. That is D. Gordon. The first pitch, Hernandez just came set and delivered the ball home, did not pay any attention to D.
2 balls and no strikes to Sean Figgins, who's 0 for 3 tonight, starting at third base.
Those conversations from catchers when they jog out that quickly and talk to the pitcher, that's about, look, big guy, you got to give me a chance. You got to vary your looks. You got to vary your times. I'll give you a chance to throw them out, but you got to give me an opportunity.
Ruiz has thrown out only 4 of 24 this year. Barely 17%. Last year he threw out 16%. In his career about 21%. And Gordon 27 out of 30 this year. So you like his chances. Well, he's on his way. Throw is not even close. And only a terrific play by Rollins keeps Gordon from going to third. So D is 3 for 3 in stolen bases tonight.
Carlos Ruiz behind the plate knows that he has to be absolutely perfect probably to get D. Gordon with Hernandez on the mound. And so he rushes his throwing mechanics knowing Hernandez is not the quickest to the plate. And Ruiz makes a terrible throw. But really the throw was brought upon because of D. Gordon's legs.
He's got legs and he knows how to move them. And now he has got Hernandez spinning in circles.
He's got the same number of stolen bases as the whole Phillies team.
And more stolen bases than the Marlins, the Cardinals, as many as the Phillies, more than the Pirates, 1 less than the Brewers, more than the Nationals, more than the Giants, more than the Cubs, Braves. That's just D. Gordon alone. On 2-1, Figgins bunts. Oh, it's a beauty. If it stays fair, he's got a hit, but it rolls foul. And as that ball was straddling the line, Gordon had already passed third base. He might have well come home and scored.
He was going to definitely think about it and watch where the ball went. Sean takes the bunt with him, and as the ball's rolling there, take out of the corner of your eye, you see D. Gordon coming around the corner taking a look, depending on what Hernandez does. And don't do that, little leaguers at home. Don't ever swat it. If it's right on the line and close, pick it up and wait for the umpire to call it fair or foul. Keep playing the ball. If you swat it away and the umpire makes a bad call in your mind, you just swatted a ball into the dugout and the runners are running everywhere.
On 2-2, again, just the presence of Gordon on base messes up the pitcher, forces a catcher to call a pitch that he might not necessarily want. The defense has to be on its toes. What a weapon D. Gordon has become. Figgins with a long shot to right. It's going to be caught by Bird, and with Gordon's speed, he could have skipped to third base.
Well, very good situational hitting by Sean Figgins, doing anything he can to get D. Gordon to third base. Attempted the bunt, got it foul, and then the next pitch hits the long fly ball to right. Sets up the RBI situation for your favorite player, Charlie.
Puig is 3 for 3 tonight. 38 runs batted in. He has had 4 hits in a game 3 times in his career. Twice last year, including once against the Phillies. So he steps into the batter's box, hitting a meager .343. The infield is in. And of all the people on the face of the planet, maybe the guy I'd rather be least is Cesar Hernandez. With Puig at the plate and the infield in, take me to the dentist.
The hot corner at third base, and
gets a whole lot hotter, doesn't it?
Yeah, you could sit around and you could think here, strategize. How are we going to save this run? Well, we could walk Puig. Well, but can't do that because he could steal. So then we got Gonzalez up a second and third if Puig decides to run. We could pitch him tough. Go ahead and do that. But then you put a man on first and Gonzalez, and they are going to walk him. But Gonzalez is now going to have a hole over there at first and a base runner that can steal the bag, and D. Gordon at third that can fly.
So the Phillies are going to pick their poison, and I think they'd rather prefer Gonzalez.
They're probably going to bring the left-hander in out of the bullpen after this intentional walk.
And again, the inning began with a walk to D. Gordon. who was behind on the count 0-2.
Exactly.
He steals second, makes life miserable for Hernandez. Sac fly off the bat of Figgins. So now the runners are at the corners with one man out. Adrian Gonzalez is coming up, and no doubt Mario Hollins, the lefty, will be coming in. All because of the walk to D. Gordon. And here comes Rhino. So Mario Hollins does a nice job tonight. Stays in the game with Kershaw. Gives up 2 runs and 7 hits. Struck out 3, walked 4. His night is done. And when we come back, first and third, 1 out. Gonzalez will be coming up.
Live streaming sports service is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Dodger.com for details.
So Mario Hollins is on in relief of Roberto Hernandez. The Dodgers have Gonzalez, Ethier, and Crawford coming up. So 3 lefties in a row. Hollins making his 18th appearance. 4.11 ERA, and opponents are hitting .214 against him.
And he's hitting much less when you're left-handed. Only 158 left-handers are hit off him right now, so you can see why Ryan Sandberg wanted to set this situation up.
For Adrian Gonzalez, 0 for 3 tonight. Has fly to right, to center, and to left. Gordon at third, Puig is at first. Dodgers 2-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Beaten by a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Gonzalez this year just hitting $1.96 against left-handed pitching. Dodgers in general have not fared well against lefties. Grounded to short. There's 1. Throw to first. Double play. Well, mission accomplished by Ryan Sandberg, bringing Mario Hollins in to get Gonzalez, who bounces into a double play. No runs, no hits, no errors. 7th inning stretch. Dodgers 2-0. fare after the second worst start of his career? Very well, thank you. 6 innings, no runs, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, 3 walks.
Through a rain delay and then a first and second no out. A bark at his pitching coach for coming out and stalling the game for the bullpen, but then he responded with that bark with 6 strikes in a row. No balls at all. Got out of the jam with a fly ball to right, a pop up to first base in foul territory, and a laser on the outside corner to Ryan Howard for a looking strikeout. 6 innings, probably would have been 9 innings the way he was throwing the ball without that rain delay, but an outstanding outing from Clayton Kershaw.
So the 6th inning began with a bark and ended with a bite. And Brandon League is on in relief. And Ben Revere is going to pinch hit for Darren Ruff. So Kershaw, 100 pitches, 67 for strikes. And now it's up to the Dodger bullpen, which admittedly has been somewhat of a rickety bridge to get from one side to the other. League, however, has pitched awfully well over the past month or so. Revere, left-handed batter. Takes high and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. League has not given up an earned run in his last 21 1/3 innings. That's 14 appearances dating back to April 16th. So he's worked his way out of the doghouse and these days living in the penthouse of the Dodger bullpen, which again has had its issues.
You're speaking of housing as far as Brandon League. This is just a slightly different neighborhood than he's used to, though. This is the neighborhood of the Dodgers are ahead, and it's the late innings again, something that he did in his past.
Back in the high rent district on 2-0. There's a strike, 2-1. And we've talked about it over the past few games as we've watched League work. He goes about his business like a knuckleballer. He throws the ball because he's got such great stuff around home plate and then lets the pitch take care of itself. Into center field for a base hit, a leadoff single to center for Ben Revere, who runs very well.
4 sinkers. The last one here when you're behind the count 2-1. He got it up and it was hit hard on the ground. And what you judge as a sinker ball pitcher is the location, and then since it was only 2 to 3 hops to get through the infield and hit firmly, that's a mistake. You're looking for balls that are chopped because they're down in the strike zone and the hitter hits the top of the ball and it's 3 and 4 hoppers that are chopped. That was hit too hard for Brandon League.
Revere has 12 of 14 stolen bases this year. And now Cesar Hernandez, who is 0 for 2, switch hitter, now turning around, batting from the left side. One ball and no strikes. A couple of lefties warming up in the bullpens. For the Dodgers, it's J.P. Howell. And for the Phillies, Antonio Bastardo. Two balls and no strikes, and A.J. Ellis doesn't like what he's seeing. And he's going to go out and have a chat with League.
This chat is about, come on, let's throw strikes. I got great movement back here, but I need it in the middle of the plate and down. He fell behind the first hitter 2-0, had to come back 2-1, give up the base hit. We got the same pattern working here. Bear down.
John Mayberry Jr. on deck. So now League falls behind 3-0. Well, if there's a better mascot in the game than this guy, I don't know who it is. Now a 4-pitch walk. This is the third time in the last 4 innings the Phillies have gotten their first 2 hitters aboard, and the previous 2 they came up empty. But that was against Kershaw. Now here's a psychological question for you, Dr. Hershiser. As Tony Gwynn Jr., one-time Dodger, is going to come up and pinch hit. Brandon League has had a great run since what, April the 16th, 21 in the third scoreless.
Yeah.
Until that point, confidence had always been an issue during his rough period of time, late last year and early this. So now he's in a good groove coming into this game. Now it's first and second, nobody out. What kind of doubts, if any, are creeping into his head?
Take some mental discipline and not let the mental demons in there. It could be there. It could be just the coincidence that sooner or later you are going to give up runs again. And when do you get promoted to a higher level here, a better neighborhood, as you say? Still got to get him out.
Now T. Gwynn fouls it off, and it's 0-1. Gwynn is batting for John Mayberry. Dominic Brown in the on-deck circle.
Well, these two runners right here are not very hard to sacrifice up. These are probably the two fastest runners that you could be moving as a Philadelphia Philly. So Gwynn Jr. does not need to be that accurate with the bunt right here. I know the Dodgers will be very conservative as far as trying to get a lead runner with the speed they're dealing with. They just want to get an out.
Perfectly good bunt. League the bare hand, throw to first, and it's dropped by Gordon. Everybody's safe. Error on League.
When you throw the ball, great movement to the plate. Sometimes when you throw the ball to the bases, you have movement, and this ball tails and goes down just like his pitches. He could have thrown it more in the air and played the tail, but in the rush to get the fleet-footed Gwynn Jr., the rush leads to the bad throw, leads to the error.
And leads to League's departure. As Mattingly's going to come and get him. Revere a single to center to begin the inning. Hernandez then would walk. Gwynn a sacrifice and an error. Bases are loaded, nobody out. And J.P. Howell's coming into a nasty piece of business. Dodgers lead 2-0. The Phillies have the bases loaded and nobody out. And this is the inning in which Ryan Sandberg is going for the Dodgers' throat as Dominic Brown becomes the third pinch hitter of the inning. Revere led off, pinch hitting. And single to center. Hernandez walk. Gwynn, the sacrifice and the error. He's at first base. Dominic Brown is the batter. Dodgers playing back, hoping for the double play, sacrificing 2 outs for a run if need be. Brown lines it into left field, and it is caught by Carl Crawford. What a play by Crawford, who nearly doubled up Revere at third. 1 out.
That's an outstanding play. It's a do or die, and you have to be in a mindset to have guts, and I'm going to go for it as soon as the ball's hit, or even before the ball's hit. Carl lays out to the side to give himself an angle to get the glove under this ball. Outstanding play, and then outstanding awareness to hop up, see Sean Figgins throwing his arms up in the air like here, 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 and they almost got him at third.
Well, that's one. Now Jimmy Rollins. Great play by Carl Crawford. Rollins, a double in 3 at-bats. 15 hits away from becoming the all-time hit champion for the Phillies. Only Mike Schmidt against him, or ahead of him. And a ball inside and low, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Phils tonight 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. In the 4th inning, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, came up empty. In the 6th inning, 1st and 2nd, nobody out, came up empty. And tonight, in the 7th inning, bases loaded, now 1 out to Jimmy Rollins. Lined on 1 hop to third. Out at the plate, there's 2 out. So Rollins bounces to third. Figgins throws to the plate. The bases loaded, 2 out, and Carlos Ruiz coming up.
Because Jimmy Rollins is such a fast runner, Sean Figgins decides to come home and just get 1. If he makes a clean throw here, maybe A.J. Ellis can go to first. A.J., because the throw was low, turns it into a 1-out play. Some people say go around the horn on that ball. Figgins, with his momentum going home and the game being so tight with Rollins' wheels, takes the conservative play, but probably the proper play.
So now 2 out, and Carlos Ruiz coming up. J.P. Howell is 2/3 of the way out of the J. Dodgers 2-0 with 2 out. Ruiz takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Ruiz has faced Howell twice, 0 for 2. Already the Phillies have left 5 on. 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th. Bases loaded, 2 out. And it's 2 balls and no strikes.
J.P. Howell needs to throw a strike. Can you imagine making your major league debut at shortstop for the Los Angeles Dodgers, not having an attempt to this point in the game? 2 outs with a 2-0 game, and maybe you get your first ground ball at short if you're Arway Barrena.
Hernandez, Gwynn, and Rollins the base runners. Ruiz 241 with runners in scoring position. 2-0. 2-1.
Two-seam fastball. Drops very, very well. J.P. Howell's movement is outstanding right now. He just needs to get it in the lower half of the strike zone. It really doesn't even matter if it's in or out. The ball is just burying. Make it look like a strike.
Carlos Ruiz, a home run, 10 runs batted in. On 2-1 from J.P. Howell. Into right. Puig is there. Inning over. So the Dodgers, bases loaded, nobody out. Howell comes in and gets Brown, Rollins, and Ruiz on 7 pitches. We go to the 8th. On a night that featured a 43-minute rain delay, the Dodgers nurse a 2-0 lead as we head to the 8th. And the Phillies have made some changes in the outfield. Tony Gwynn is in left field. Ben Revere, one of by land and two of by sea, and one of appropriately named center fielder. Here in Philadelphia, Marlon Byrd remains in right. And Antonio Bastardo is making his 21st appearance of the year. And J.P. Howell comes in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Needs 7 pitches. Dominic Brown robbed of a base hit by Carl Crawford. That was the big play. Rollins would bounce to third, force out at the plate. Ruiz would fly to right. And it's 7 pitches, bases loaded, nobody out. The Phillies come up empty. And Andre Ethier will lead off for the Dodgers in the 8th. Kershaw stands to win if the bullpen can get 6 more outs.
You know, Ryan Sandberg almost had the perfect inning as far as managing the 7th. He intentionally walks Yasiel Puig with a man on third. He gets Adrian Gonzalez after that intentional walk to get the double play. He pinch hits 3 guys of the first 4 hitters in the next inning and gets bases loaded, no outs. He gets a line drive from the third pinch hitter to left field. He took an outstanding catch to keep the inning going. And then the inning falls apart. They don't drive the run in. But as far as managing, he managed wonderfully.
You're a poker player, as many folks know. He went all in the 7th. And had a pretty good hand. That doesn't mean you're going to win. Ethier lines one into the right field corner, and he is on his way to second base with a double. So Andre Ethier tonight, a single, a double. He's been hit by a pitch and grounded out.
And you got to tip your cap to Andre Ethier. This is a guy who's held his tongue while the playing time has been sporadic. He's now thrust into the lineup, asked to play defensive position that he hasn't played all year, go to center field and start out there, come off the bench and find his swing, collect a few hits and get hit, and played a flawless center field.
So here we are in the 8th inning, and the Dodgers have put their leadoff batter on board in 6 of them. Crawford led off the 2nd inning with a home run. Squaring to bunt, he fouls it off to the left. It's 0-1. But you can't second guess Ryan Sandberg for anything he did.
No, that's why I was complimenting him. And this could be a manager at the end of this game that's in a press conference talking about his team and how they failed. But he could be patting himself on the back on how he worked the lineup card.
You can make the right decision and have the wrong outcome. So 3 pinch hitters. Brought in Hollins, who did his job. Crawford takes a strike, 0-2.
We saw the bunt attempt by Carl Crawford back at Citi Field against the Mets on the 21st. Matt Kemp led off an inning with a double, and Carl failed to get him over. He grounded out to third, so at least he is making an adjustment there, thinking about how important it is getting Ethier to third right here.
On 0-2. Bastardo. Whoa! Dodgers just caught a break. Ethier barely left second base. And Crawford is at first. Not exactly how they drew it up.
A couple of pitchers that have not fielded their position very well. Brandon League and the bunt attempt sacrifice last inning, and here Bastardo just really not understanding. It's check the runner, not throw the ball possibly to third and then go to first. It's check the runner, then go to first.
Instead it was check please.
Yeah.
Now pitching coach Bob McClure in his first year with the Phillies. A.J. Ellis will be coming up after the mound conference is completed. In the 8th inning in Atlanta, the Rockies and Braves are tied at 2, but the big story there, Nolan Arenado broke his left middle finger diving headfirst into second base. Brian Wilson, who appears to have regained his 8th inning responsibilities, warming in the bullpen. AJ has flied to center, walked and singled to left. Dodgers looking for a big insurance run here. Bastardo is the third Philly pitcher of the night. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers took 3 of 4 from the Phillies last month at Dodger Stadium and have gone 6-1 at Citizens Bank over the past 2 years. Trying to expand on a 2-0 lead here in the 8th inning. Ethiers at second and Crawford's at first, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Dodgers not bunting right here, knowing A.J. Ellis, he might bunt with 1 strike, but he's looking for the good pitch to hit or the walk right now. The way he likes to take pitches, you've got to believe he is taking right here.
Especially when you consider that Arozarena, in his major league debut, is on deck. That's not to say he'll come up and hit. Into right field. Nothing doing.
Very surprised that he swung there, but he did get a fastball right where he was looking for it, out over the plate. I'm sure that he was keyholing him and just missed it.
Arizbel Arozarena coming up in his major league debut. Has yet to put the ball in play. He's been struck out twice and he has walked. Antonio Bastardo, barely 6 feet, barely 200 pounds, out of the Dominican. Had a great year last year. Not so much this year. Here's a strike, 0-1. Bastardo last year in 48 appearances had a 2.32 ERA. And this year, 4.58. Has walked a dozen batters in 20 innings. Hanley Ramirez on deck to pinch hit. Arozarena. It'll be the first time he's made contact tonight. Fouls it off. 0-2.
I can't tell you if he's looked comfortable in the field because he hasn't fielded a ground ball. But in the batter's box, he looks a little bit antsy.
And a 6-game hitting streak at Double-A at the time of his call up yesterday. He was hitting 440. Well, he missed that one by a mile, didn't he? There's 2 out. There's the third time Arazorena's gone down on strikes. And Hanley Ramirez is going to pinch hit for J.P. Howell. Ramirez with the night off until tonight, or until now anyway. 251 on the year with 7 home runs and 24 runs batted in.
Well, when you get a night off, you're not guaranteed it's going to be completely off. It's the type of night that's like you're not starting. And I'm sure once the rain delay happened, it was get your game gear on, Hanley, just in case we need you to hit.
6 for 24 on the road trip. Has 16 doubles on the year. 3rd in the league in that category. 2 on and 2 out. And a high fly ball to left field. Back goes Gwynn. He's at the wall. He'll make the catch. And that will end the inning. So the Dodgers put 2 on and nobody out. Failed to score. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Wilson coming in to face Utley, Bird, and Howard. Howell came in and retired the side in order on 7 pitches. And this is the Carl's Cam replay. How happy is J.P. Howell? Yeah! Now Brian Wilson coming in his last game on Wednesday. 1 inning, 1 hit against the Mets. Slowly but surely it appears as if Wilson is regaining his sea legs. He had an ERA into the teens about a week ago. And he'll be facing Utley, Bird, and Howard. So the middle of the Philly order coming up.
Brian Wilson with only 15 1/3 innings so far this year, and lookalikes everywhere.
We got one in the hotel lobby. See him?
That gentleman has followed us for a while.
Well, in years past, he didn't have the beard or the shaved head. He used to be. He would hang out. He's from West Virginia, this guy. And just an inveterate Dodger fan who would pop up in hotel lobbies everywhere.
That sounds scary, Charlie. Hotel lobbies everywhere.
You're onto something.
Okay.
And this year he has become a Brian Wilson lookalike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Brian Wilson and the Dodgers are hoping that Brian Wilson becomes a Brian Wilson lookalike. Starting to zone in on the command. In his last outing, scoreless outing, it looked like about 90% of the pitches were in the area code where he wanted to be. Starting to get better and better accuracy, like that one.
1 and 2. So the fellow in the hotel lobby, who's this year looking a lot like that fellow, would hang out when Joe Beimel, the lefty reliever, he was a Joe Beimel follower, fan. Now he's a Wilson guy. Here's the 1-2, high and outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Dodgers, as they say, travel well.
It's been 2 seamers away and then backdoor slider to catch a strike. I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a little backdoor slider here. No, looks like he's going to run one in on him.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
That swing by Chase Utley in his prime and still there right now. He has the bat speed of hummingbird wings. He's that short and that quick. He can really turn on that inside fastball.
He just has a little more power than hummingbird.
Yeah, a little bit more. But he's short and quick.
And a .287 career hitter. 3 and 2.
Lives in San Francisco now and works out year-round. So as far as the leg difficulties that he had a few years ago, the knee problems, those are gone now, as he and Jimmy Rollins have both gone to year-round workouts, and he does not play himself into shape when spring training comes around. Now he stays in shape with his knees and his legs year-round.
7th pitch of the at-bat. And Utley, as usual, will not go quietly. There he is.
They were out scouting for him.
Well, it used to be Joe Beimel. Now, look at here.
If anybody gets on and this situation gets a little hairy, sorry for the pun, he'll be up and nervous.
Well, Utley now is about to face his 9th pitch of this leadoff at bat in the 8th.
Can we get a try screen? Get all 3 of those guys? What's my line?
There he is. on 3-2. Utley stays alive, and I've got a piece, I think, of home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez.
And he has done an outstanding job as far as balls and strikes tonight behind the plate.
And again, control has been the issue for Brian Wilson this year. 13 walks in 15 innings. 3-2 to Utley. Call, strike 3.
Got him.
1 out.
Backdoor slider right there on the corner. Utley thought it was going to go wide for the walk, but it finds its way back to the plate right on the edge. Chase had to give it a double look, but never argued.
A.J. Ellis with a flick of the wrist. 1 out. There's one.
He's punching him out like Frank Pulley, the umpire, used to punch guys out when he'd call guys out.
Now Marlon Byrd, who's 0 for 3, has been struck out twice and fouled out. And it's 0-1.
You gonna make it, Charlie? You're laughing so much about these guys.
I'm thinking about the big fellow who used to travel around with Joe Beimel and now is a big fan of Brian Wilson.
He switched allegiances.
How does he explain it to Mom?
He's a short reliever fan, depending on who the character is on the team that he wants to become and follow.
That part I got. It's looking like him. It's the issue. There he is. He used to have like a YouTube page and the whole deal. Now he's just morphed into another reliever. Here's the 1-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd. Honey, I'm home. Oh.
Well, to the baseball side of the program, as far as Brian Wilson's concerned, 0-0. 15 1/3, now 15 2/3 innings, and I'd say the command is really starting to come back. At the end of the year, if he throws 70, 75 innings, 15 innings of so-so ball, if he's locked in the rest of the year, will be a blip on the screen.
Fastball up, exactly where A.J. Ellis framed it, 2 out.
93 miles an hour. Don't worry about the velocity or the arm strength. And if he starts to hit his spots down low with 2-seamers and backdoor sliders and then elevates like this, he will be tough. The bullpen will find its order if Kenley Jansen is the lockdown closer and Brian Wilson, as prescribed coming out of spring training, can be the lockdown 8th inning guy. Everybody else, I believe, will fall right in line.
So Marlon Byrd's been struck out 3 times tonight. Ryan Howard steps in. He's been struck out 3 times tonight. And D. Gordon's playing in short right on a fly ball to deep left. Slicing foul and out of play, and it's 0-1. So the Dodgers put on the big shift. Only Arena is on the left side of the infield for the Dodgers. Sean Figgins moves over from third to about 20 feet from the bag at second, and there's D. Gordon out there almost directly in front of Puig. One ball, 1 strike, 2 out in the bottom of the 8th. Giants scored 3 in the first at home against the Twins, who are batting in the second at AT&T Park. Howard swings and misses, 1-2.
I just love what Major League managers have done when they shift now by leaving the shortstop home in his normal position and taking the third baseman and moving him over there so that you only have one guy who feels like he's out of position. And our third baseman tonight has played all 3 infield positions, so he's not out of position at all as far as the feeling. When you take your third baseman and move him over, you only have 1 out. And our shortstop tonight's making his Major League debut, hasn't even had an attempt. So To move him over to the second base side would have been really odd feeling for him.
Well, Arborena was playing some second at Chattanooga, but shortstop is his spot. Here's the 2-2, just outside.
And that's such a good looking pitch, but it's really a great mistake. That's when you start feeling like a pitcher is on his way. You know, we talk about hitters maybe taking an offer, but they hit the ball hard 3 times and they had good at bats, and the manager says, I feel him coming out of his slump. Well, those kind of pitches tell me that Brian Wilson is coming out of his slump.
Into left field. Crawford's got a long way to run, and he tracks it down. Carl Crawford with 2 outstanding defensive plays in left field tonight. He robbed Dominic Brown back in the 7th inning with the bases loaded. He tracks down the fly ball, slicing away from him off the bat of Howard. Everybody happy, here today and gone tomorrow. Dodgers up 2-0, and it's time to take a look at the Dodgers calendar presented by 76. We'll be back with you tomorrow at high noon, 10:30 on Sunday morning, and then the Dodgers fly home, begin a 3-game series with the Reds on Memorial Day at 5 o'clock. Tuesday and Wednesday nights with Cincinnati, and then the Pirates come in for 4. So we have a fair amount of work to do. The next time the Dodgers have a day off will be on the 5th of June, which would be 2 weeks from yesterday. D. Gordon leads it off. And a ball outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Gordon has a base hit and a walk and 3 stolen bases tonight. Gordon himself with 28 stolen bases, as many as the Phillies team. Now he squares to bunt in the air, and this is going to be an easy out. But Bastardo in his 2nd inning of relief. Looking ahead to the 9th for the Phillies, Revere, Hernandez, and Gwynn are due to bat. And Kenley Jansen is getting warm in the bullpen.
Bad news from San Francisco. The Giants are up 3-0. Pablo Sandoval has gone deep.
Sandoval's turned things around. Got off to a terrible start. He's been hot the last couple of weeks.
He's got his average up to 229.
And he was languishing in the 170s when we last saw him. Meanwhile, Brian Wilson pitches a perfect inning and strikes out 2 tonight. 20 pitches, 13 for strikes. One ball, 1 strike to Sean Figgins, who is 0 for 4. Puig on deck. Braves have taken a 3-2 lead At home against Colorado, the Rockies are hitting in the ninth down in Atlanta. 1-2 to Figgins.
Even though Sean is 0 for 4, he's played solidly at third base. Was in the middle of getting us out of a bases loaded jam by getting a force out at home. Also hit the ball hard, lined out to first, and then hit a long fly ball to right to get a runner to third to set up the double play that ended up happening, but really did a great job in getting Andre Ethier to third base with no outs. So it was really had some productive parts of the game.
Figgins started at second base last night in New York, third base tonight. On 2-2. Down on strikes, 2 out. Second strikeout for Bastardo. And here's Puig, who's 3 for 3 and a walk. He's also driven in a run. His average at .343. Second in the league in runs batted in. And at .343. Right now he may well be second in the league, depending on what Seth Smith is doing. And he's now ahead of Chase Utley, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Puig is 5th in the league with his 10 home runs, and 2nd in the league with his 38 runs batted in. No balls and 1 strike. I'm coming to Philadelphia for years. I've never heard this place so quiet and so empty. Started out with a crowd of 27,000, then it was rainy and it's turned chilly, and the Phillies have been cold.
Seth Smith is 1 for 1, batting .344 right now, up to the minute.
Who knew an old quarterback from Ole Miss would find his place in San Diego? Tulowitzki is sitting on top of the world. On 2-1. It's 3-1. Puig has been on base all 4 plate appearances tonight. He's a ball away from his 5th appearance at first base. Five plate appearances for Puig. He's been on base all 5 times, 3 hits and 2 walks.
And absolutely amazing, he has never reached second base. Didn't score a run tonight. Nothing happened behind him. And he sure has done his job.
Drove in the first run of the game. Gordon began the game with a single to right. Stole second and third, and Puig would single him home. Adrian Gonzalez 0 for 4, takes a strike. It's 0-1. Two runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers, no runs and 3 hits for the Phillies. Bastardo way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
This is where, when you're the short reliever and you're down there in the bullpen, Kenley Jansen, you're rooting for your team and you're rooting for insurance runs, but you're also to the point where you're hot, you're ready to go, and you're ready to come in, and you kind of to the point where you watch 3 pitches, throw 1, watch 3, throw 1, but you are aching to get in the game.
2-1. Final in Atlanta. Braves win 3-2. The Dodgers poised to pick up the game on second place Colorado. Giants hitting in the bottom of the second, 3-0 at home over the Twins. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Alana and I will rejoin you tomorrow. First pitch about 5 afternoon LA time. Dan Herron goes for his 6th win against a right-hander named David Buchanan, making his major league debut. Will finish up at 10:30 in the morning on Sunday. Josh Beckett and A.J. Burnett, and then homeward bound. Here comes the 2-2, and Gonzalez swings and misses. That ends the inning. Last licks for the Phillies. Kenley Jansen coming in to face Ben Revere, Cesar Hernandez, and Tony Gwynn Jr. His 14th save of the year, and give Clayton Kershaw his 3rd win of the season. Jansen in his 24th appearance, 20 2/3 innings. Opposing hitters hitting .265 against him. He's walked more batters than usual, at least the first quarter of the season. 9 of them in 20 2/3.
Continues to show really good stuff in save situations and nail things down. The only team that really gave him any difficulty when he had a save on the line was the San Francisco Giants. A little bit of a blip on the screen, but most of his ERA has come when he has been pitching just to get work or to cover for the rest of the bullpen, not when the game is on the line like this.
Ben Revere will lead it off. Cesar Hernandez and Tony Gwynn Jr. So not exactly the powerful portion of the lineup for the Phillies. Revere began the 7th inning with a single to center. League would then walk Hernandez. Gwynn would bunt, and there'd be an error, and the bases were loaded, nobody out. League was out, Howell was in, and Howell would retire the Phillies. Brown would line to left, and Crawford made a spectacular catch. Rollins bounced to 3rd. Figgins came home for the force out. Ruiz would fly to right, and on 7 pitches, J.P. Howell, bases loaded, nobody out, got out of the inning. Revere takes a strike. It's 1-1. The Phillies tonight have certainly had their chances. They had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out in the 4th inning. Bird, Howard, and Revere would strike out. Had 1st and 2nd, nobody out in the 6th inning. Got nothing. And then had the bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th. And shot blanks. The Phillies have left 8 men on base tonight. 1-2 to Ben Revere. And Jansen's 4th pitch of the inning. Revere has quite a hitch in his swing.
Yep. The hand movement of a hitter, you really watch when their front foot lands. Are their hands ready to launch? If their hands aren't ready to launch when their front foot hits, then that hitch is really a detriment to hitting. But if all that movement only happens until the front foot hits and they're in a launch position, then that's just movement or timing device. So as he drops the hands and then raises them back up to where he wants to launch the bat from, the front foot hits, then it's okay. It's just his timing.
Revere, no home runs, 5 RBIs, couple of triples. Great speed. The 2-2. Revere in 143 at-bats has struck out only 17 times. He's walked only 3, so he's a guy who puts the ball in play and puts his speed to work. In fact, he has no home runs in 1,548 career plate appearances. He's due. Brian Wilson looks on. To second base. Gordon, 1 out.
You mentioned no home runs and oh, here we got the save with the ERA. Yeah, the non-save 6.43 and the 3.29 in the save situations. Even the ERA at 3.29, the save situation a little too high, but I love the opponent's batting average, and I think that'll drop down somewhere around 200 or a tick below that if Kenley keeps throwing the ball the way he is.
1 out. Cesar Hernandez coming up. 0 for 2 and a walk. This is as quiet as I've ever heard Philadelphia.
They usually boo louder than this.
Usually more
one way or the other.
This
yeah, it's just one way or the other usually.
Ain't nobody home. Phillies are 8-12 at home this year. It's been a long season. It's been a long couple of years. The 0-1. It's now 0-2. We've had a 43-minute rain delay, and that took place back in the 4th inning. Dodgers seem to have been playing in more bad weather, all on the road. And now A.J. Ellis has a word or two to say. Looked ahead, 10-day forecast back in Los Angeles, 80 and sunny, and no chance of rain. Not so much here in Philly, not so much in New York, not so much in Washington, and really not so much in Minnesota. Dodgers with a win tonight will improve their road record to 17-10. 2 out. Hernandez down on strikes. The Dodgers are an out away.
2-run lead, 0-2 count. Why do I need to have a conference with my closer? Well, I'm trying to get him out of a rut of maybe only making the same pitch over and over again in the 0-2 count. And A.J. Ellis went out and had a conference and said, I want the gas up by his shoulders. We don't see that very much out of Kenley. He's kind of the friendly giant out there on the mound sometimes and dots the outside corner and throws his other pitches, but rarely does he knock hitters down or go upstairs. And A.J. said, we need to do that more often, big fella. And you shook it off, but I'm coming out here and telling you that's where we need to go.
So he dotted the I's, and here is T. Gwynn.
I'd say dotting the I's would be low and away, and crossing the T's would be the one up around the shoulders.
And here is son of the great Hall of Famer. A call strike, 0-1. T. Gwynn came into the game pinch hitting in the 7th inning. He would sacrifice, and then a throwing error by Brandon League would get a bases loaded no-out situation. Howell came in and retired the next 3 batters on 7 pitches. Into left field, there is Carl Crawford, and there is the Dodger 2-0 shutout tonight. So the Dodgers win it. 2 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. And for the Phillies, no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. Kershaw wins it, improving his record to 3-1. Roberto Hernandez drops to 2-2. Kenley Jansen, his 14th save in a game that took 3 hours and 15 minutes to play, plus a 43-minute rain delay in front of an announced crowd of 23,254. And how would Clayton Kershaw respond to his second worst outing of his career? Fine, thank you. He went 6 innings, gave up just 2 base hits, struck out 9, walked 3, 100 pitches, 67 of them 4 strikes. All that with a 3/4 of an hour rain delay in the middle of his performance. So Kershaw and the Dodgers have shut out the Phillies 2-0. So that's a wrap for us. And Kershaw, the Lexus player of the game. We are done, and we will be back again tomorrow. In the meantime, we will send it back to our Sportsnet LA studios in Los Angeles. See you tomorrow.